So we've got a place. I think we'll be able to get a place for the kids.
Okay.
For we'll be able to meet activities near there. So I mean, open so more that's fine. But
let me do it. Yeah. Yeah. You go and do activity, okay? With Auntie. Oh my God. The kids' activities. There's a room there.
Yeah, I think it's it's just across from here.
You guys are late.
We are late.
What is wrong with you? It's 2. And look at the time. Where is Fred?
He's coming. Come on.
Mama, auntie, on one press side. I am. Thank you.
That's all right. Make yourself comfortable.
No, is your line number? Let's say 4. And a box with and an ice box, a full chest of ice box.
And then your money inside.
Where are you allowed to sit?
Sit.
Yeah, sit anywhere.
Sit anywhere. Okay.
You're welcome. Sit anywhere.
Where you can.
Wherever you feel comfortable.
Yes, I feel good. I see that.
No, you covered it. So don't worry. Never happen to
Yes, sir.
I still the same.
Welcome. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank God you are here. Make yourself comfortable. Sit again. And I want to hold. Sorry, we have wiped this thing and wipe. But there's nothing. But when you look like this, it looks as if it's still dirty. Right? But when you wipe it.
Table is like that. No,
Yeah.
that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, there's nothing. No, there's nothing. It's clean. It's clean.
Hey,
Or he's streaming with this. Okay, then maybe on the way.
We are not relying on the Wi-Fi.
only you can.
Okay.
Why?
Yes, we use Wi-Fi.
Okay, so what's Wi-Fi? Yes, yes.
Eric, Eric is live. You good? For no, he's going when he's going to get it. So he Eric I let him pick him up from the airport. So you don't have to worry about that. Don't have to worry about that.
Jay, suddenly when you look at Jay, it's like Charlie version. Who started? I don't know. That's what it's called.
Make sure your phone is here. Find out. I'll go for Hawaii.
Oh yeah, he really died. He died in the no, they wanted him to die in the movie because he had.
Are we live? We are live. The same link.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the latest one you sent me. If you have a new one, sorry. The new one.
Same hairstyle, same year.
Yeah, this part of Matthew. Fancy boy.
Life, you know, just actually move the money. Not for some people who believe.
Well, that's what we are live. It's just that we can.
That's very much.
I'll do that.
Okay, once the document says connected, it's connected. Okay, so we wait for everything. Maybe something.
Yeah, he's going to the airport.
Voila. You are not going to read it.
Yeah, if you want one of these, take one. Of course, anyhow you want to go. So that when somebody picks it,
You want to
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we are right.
Am I using it?
I said, HDMI, the agenda.
People, for no, I tell you, I don't.
There are things that you doesn't put on there.
That's one. How's everything?
No, the president.
Yeah.
Grounded, yeah.
Oh, is it
Oh yeah, there's a light. Winnie.
When are you coming to visit me at home? Oh, why are you coming with my sister?
Somebody. So you don't get any student?
Oh yeah. You don't meet her, you say you take her.
That woman.
Yeah.
I can't go church now. I go for show them. Somebody will do. She don't ask. She doesn't disturb my life. Say she did my work. She did my work. I thought I said the master himself. Oh, sorry.
We have to start. Do you think we can pick the signal? We can let Denise use her laptop, but do you think we can put for the people to follow? If you pick the camera, can you pick this thing from because this thing is not coming.
How we pick it?
No, I'm saying that what you will be streaming, you are streaming from it. I'm asking if you can pick the feed of the next thing. Just like you would have put it here sometimes so that people can follow, right? Those who are watching online. So if I join now and Denise is already speaking, I should be able to know what she's talking about and I will see what is on the screen.
Oh, that means this one I need to take it back. Try to work. If we take it back. See, come on, see.
It's not even a clear. That's why I thought the TV was a movable one.
Yeah.
I didn't know
this one's down. I did see the blinds. What of the blinds?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is only 2 times. Say that much.
Yeah, because we are not able to come back.
Yes, it looks as if. Doc, please, where's the AC? I learned the AC. The switch to the AC. And
the remote, let me show you.
Thank you.
this one is just
Okay, then we have to start now. But your person is like a 7 months. I want that.
Oh, okay.
I think so. We Thank you.
I'll be speaking a particular dialect, the Akan language in Ghana, which is Chi. So pardon me if you don't understand Chi. If you understand Chi, today is your day to hear Chi language in New Zealand. Otherwise, as he said, you can adopt Google ChatGPT or Google Translate. Yes, so you are welcome once again to the Red, Gold, Green, and Black Star family. And we are about to start the program. You can see we are having some technical issues, but before we start, we would like to acknowledge a couple of persons in our midst and let them take their seats so that we can start. So today we have in our midst the President of the Republic of Ghana himself. Came all the way from Accra, but he delegated his authorities when he got to the airport, and he told his counselor who represents us in Cambria, which is Australia, New Zealand, and all the regions around, to come here with us, so that as we are celebrating, they will partake with us in this celebration. So we have in our midst Dr. Charles Ampomah-Dwamena, His Excellency, who is the Consulate General for Cambria region. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes a seat. So as our president, the president of our country, has taken his seat, the next person is the person who literally is bringing us all here together. He's the president of the Ghana New Zealand Association. So New Zealand, Ghana's representation in New Zealand. Every time I post around that, I'm Ghana's ambassador to the region. The real ambassador is here. But the people here who organize these activities, they themselves are taking the chair. So we welcome to our midst Dr. Ampomah, who is the executive president for the Ghanaian community in New Zealand. Let's give him a round of applause. And our council chair for the Ghanaians in New Zealand also is doubling as an IT technician today. So he's currently engaged, but he's in the person of Mr. Ampomah-Dwamena, as you can see him. Let's give him a round of applause. He will join us after he tries to resolve this for us. So first on our run sheet, we usually begin in a Ghanaian setting, in a Ghanaian environment, whatever we are about to do. We pray, we call on God. We are more theists, we are believers of the Supreme Being and the Creator. So every time we want to even eat in our homes, we pray. So we would like to invite our one and only Dr. Yamwa to lead us so that we have a quick prayer to commence.
Our Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to you for giving us this beautiful day. We come and commemorate the independence of our dear country, Ghana. We thank you for making it possible for everyone to be here, even those who are on their way coming. We pray and commit everything that we will do into your hands. We pray that your Holy Spirit will be with us. May we learn from this gathering, and may we share fellowship with each other, so that the bond between us will get stronger and stronger. We thank you, and also commit the food that is being served into your hands, that you will bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay, so some quick housekeeping and emergency guidelines. We know we are a disaster-prone island, so anything can happen at any time. So let's bear in mind, in case there's an emergency, this door right here is an emergency exit. This door is not. Don't try using this door. Don't come and push me over. Let's go straight here. Use this door, or this is also an exit, an emergency exit. Please don't use the elevator if there's an earthquake or a tsunami or any other thing. Just use the stairs. When there's an emergency, you duck, cover your head, wait for it to settle, then we go downstairs. If you want to use the gents or ladies, it's right over here. You go straight, and then you'll be able to access it. As we are done, we will now make time for our national anthem, so the Ghana national anthem. We will be patriotic enough to sing it. I know my Nigeria and my Indian high commissioners that are here will be fumbling with the words, but please, you can just murmur it as we go by. So please, if you can take a minute to sing our national anthem. Dr. Fred will take us through.
God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Go.
God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. Fill our hearts with true humility, make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. And help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore.
We can take our seats now. As we were singing, I was watching everybody's lips, and I could see the new Ghanaians and the old Ghanaians and the big Ghanaians. I saw all of them, including myself. Okay, so you are welcome once again. And the purpose for us meeting here, as we know, hasn't been detailed very much. I just said something brief. So we would like to invite the national president, whom I introduced earlier, to welcome us officially and also tell us the reason why we are here. Let's welcome our president.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, everyone. Honorable Charles, thank you for coming to grace our occasion. And Uncle Ose, Chairman of Council of the New Zealand Community of Wellington, thank you, and thank you everyone for coming. We are here today to remember the Ghanaian Independence Day. The Independence Day has already happened on the 6th of March, but because of our work schedules and busy activities here in New Zealand, we decided that today will be the best day for all of us to meet. Independence is a very important occasion. It reminds us that we are free. And if you remember, on the day that Ghana had our independence, Osadifo Dr. Ampomah-Dwamena, our first president, said Ghana is free forever. And truly, we are free forever. That is why we are all here, doing what we want and what we desire, to help us attain our destiny. It is reminding us that as Ghanaians, together we can determine our destiny for ourselves individually and for our nation. And so today, being here, whatever we are doing here in New Zealand, it is contributing to our individual destinies and also contributing to the destiny of Ghana. Whether we are in Ghana or here in New Zealand, every activity that we are doing contributes to the destiny of Ghana. And you all know that we contribute immensely to Ghanaian economy by sending staff to our families in Ghana. So this event is to remind us of the great things we are all doing, the accomplishments that we've done here in New Zealand and in our lives as a general. And also to help us think that we cannot do it all by ourselves individually. We can only achieve our individual destinies and the destiny of our community as Ghanaians together as a community. Sometimes you hear people say, oh, I don't want to be part, I want to be myself, and I don't want trouble. People talk about things, people talk about me, I don't want any problem. But events like this remind us that we are not alone, we are not of ourselves. The moment you pick your passport and your bag and hop on the plane to come to New Zealand, you automatically became part of the Ghanaian community in New Zealand. So every single thing you do here, whether you do it intentionally or not intentionally, it affects every other Ghanaian. Before you realize, the person who is not a Ghanaian looks at you and says, where are you from? What you are doing, they will interpret it as Ghanaian doing it. So Ghanaian comes first before everything we do here. So this event is to help us remember that we are a Ghanaian community. We are Ghanaians and we are here doing our stuff together. But as a community, we come from smaller communities in our homes as families. And so today, our event of remembering our independence, we decided to have a seminar, a talk from an expert on how we can have a peaceful family, how we can have a family without violence. So before we go on to our traditional activities and we have traditional games, there will be competitions. And before we go on that, we have an expert coming to talk to us about how to avoid or prevent family and sexual violence. And so as we gather here, we pray and hope that everyone will contribute in any way you can to make this occasion fruitful and memorable for all of us. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. As the facilitator for the first session, I might be running through a lot of stuff. Permit me if I bully you one way or the other at the end of the day. After this session, the next time you see me, I'll be in Ghana. You'll not see me there. So permit me if I bully you a bit. So we'll have a brief speech from the African Communities Council, ACCW, and it's being represented by our own Dr. Fred. Dr. Fred.
Okay. Thank you very much. I thank you for coming. As we are all aware, this session that we are going to have is being funded through the African Communities Council. We have funded that the African Communities Council have gotten from the Ethnic Communities Innovation Fund, which is administered by the Ministry for Social Development. And so let's clap for ACCW and now, just so you know, I also double as the project lead for this very fund. And I am delighted that the Ghanaian community is having this discussion. And it is all about how are we able to prevent family and sexual violence from happening in our communities in the first place. And finding those solutions within ourselves. And I think we, from all our various perspectives, either religious, cultural, and social lives, we know that there are various resources within the African community and in our own small families that oppose or prevent or works against or try to prevent this thing from happening in the future. And so I want to encourage you, even as you will come back to do the introduction of the speaker, to say that join in the conversation and let us find ethnic community solutions or African solutions or Ghanaian solutions if you like to this very canker within our society. Denise will say more, so I will not say more. But for the African community, African communities Wellington, we want to welcome all of you to today's event, and then we want you to say that the Ghanaian community is one of the communities that we look up to within the African community, and we are happy that you are also taking your time to have this conversation to help the government to collect data for this very, very, very particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred. Can we? Yes, so as our two doctors have rightly put it, you are welcome once again to the Ghanaian community. Feel free, enjoy yourself. The puff on the table is not for decoration. If I was sitting there by now, I would have finished mine and moved to the next table. Enjoy yourself. We have our brothers from the Indian community. The Indian ambassador dedicated them to come. One is a movie star. I don't know if you remember 97, the Indian movie. Yeah. He takes inspiration from that movie. No, don't mind, they're my classmates. Welcome, services. And we have our brother and sister from the Nigerian community too. You know him already. He has applied to be a Ghanaian, but we will be rejecting him. We don't want him to be a Ghanaian. It's not by force. We'll be rejecting him. You're welcome to. So, for the main activity for this session, we are here to talk about a very, very important issue. Sometimes in our communities, as a minority, an ethnic minority, some of these things happen and we really don't pay attention to it. Sometimes too, we don't even realize that we are in such situations. So coming together like this to discuss, deliberate about it, get our views and our points, and give it to government, the New Zealand government, to help in their policy and decision making is very, very helpful. So would like to welcome our own, because we are adopting her. She will be a Ghanaian. She's part of us, unlike our competitors, our Jollof competitors. Madam Denise to lead us for this session. Can we give her a round?
So thank you so much for having me, and thank you for adopting me. But to be honest, I'm from Uganda. So Uganda and Ghana, change of letters, we are really not. we are almost the same, so we are actually brothers and sisters. I am very honored to be invited to speak to you about a very important topic. Unfortunately, technology is not my friend today, but I will try to speak to the slides that I had prepared for you, and hopefully you will get the gist of what I am speaking about. Today I want to speak to us about family and sexual violence. It's not a topic that is very popular, but it is very much needed. Where I come from, there is a proverb that says, when spiders when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. And this is exactly what we want to do here. We want to get to solutions together as a community so that this problem that we have within our community about sexual violence and family violence is eradicated. This project or program is sponsored by Ministry of Social Development, and it is an initiative to support families, especially within our ethnic communities, to support us in eradicating and speaking about these topics that we don't like to speak about but are very prevalent in our communities. Why do we need to talk about sexual violence and family violence? Well, because it is something that we live with. It is something that affects both men and women. And it is something that will help us recognize these behaviors within our communities and be supports to others that need our help. It is an issue that cannot be ignored because it impacts all of us. It impacts our communities, our families, our children, but also it is to help us to know where to go for help. There are many resources that are available to us. So talking about these issues helps us to understand what are the local resources that we can go to and how we can support those that need our help. At the end of this conversation, I want us to come up with solutions. This is not me talking to you. This is me introducing the topic so that after introducing the topic, we can actually get solutions together as a group. So, this conversation is here to be openly discussed, and the hope is that at the end of this conversation, we will have solutions that will support our people. First of all, let me define family violence and sexual violence. According to New Zealand, because I'm saying according to New Zealand because in our homes, in our countries, this might not be the same definition. But I want you to know that since we're in New Zealand, there's a specific definition of these things. Family violence is any emotional, physical, or psychological harm within the family, within any close relationship. Sexual violence is anything that is non-consensual, any sexual act, coercion, or unwanted behavior that is anything to do with sex. So if you're not consenting, even if it's just words, they don't have to physically touch you, but even if it's just words or an insinuation or a look that is seen as non-consensual for men and women, it affects both. That is considered sexual violence. The same thing with family violence. It doesn't have to be physical. It can be emotional. It can be psychological. If it is harming you, that is considered violence. Now, I know that in our African context, this is not always the way we define these things. So it is important, and this is one of the reasons why these programs are being introduced to our community. Because if you are reported, although you might think that you have not been sexually violent to someone, you need to understand the boundaries of this definition so that you keep yourself safe, but also so that you keep other people safe. So we need to define what abuse or violence is according to the New Zealand law. And knowing that we live in New Zealand today, we need to understand that we need to navigate different laws, different norms, and we need to know the systems that govern us. So I want you to reflect on this. How do we maintain our cultural identity while ensuring safety and ensuring that we respect the laws of New Zealand? there are so many times that we might dismiss forms of violence within our African culture. And I say us because I am one of you. And I will give you examples here so that you kind of conceptualize what I am talking about. So for family violence, there can be emotional and psychological abuse. For example, within the family, constant belittling or humiliation or shaming, saying things like you're worthless, you're stupid, you're ugly. And you might be saying this in jest, supposedly. But if someone is harmed by your words, that is family violence. Family violence is also controlling behavior. For example, restricting finances, limiting movement, cutting off social connections. Whether you're a couple or you're married or you're in a relationship, these things are considered family violence within the laws of Nigeria. Using respect to silence abuse, saying, for example, respect your man. You don't say these things among people. Don't talk about things that happen behind closed doors to people. Don't embarrass your family. Don't embarrass your clan. Don't embarrass our people. That silencing is also considered family violence and is considered emotional or psychological abuse. And the reason that I share these is my people have a saying that says, he who conceals his disease cannot be cured. So if you conceal, if you try to silence, supposedly because of respect, that is considered violence. We also dismiss things that are physical violence sometimes. For example, we normalize, and I know this because when we came to New Zealand, my husband and I did this, we normalize beating our children. Oh, in some instances, our spouses as disciplinary measures. Correcting your partner or your child through physical punishment, that is obviously considered sexual violence, and that's probably the one that we recognize the most. But things like forced dependence, for example, preventing your partner from working or controlling their earnings, that is considered family violence in New Zealand. Forcing a partner to stay in a harmful marriage for the sake of the family or for the sake of the children, that is considered family violence in New Zealand. So these are things that we might not know, but these are things that are helpful to understand as a community. We also sometimes experience sexual violence in terms of coercion or marital rape. And I have mentioned this before, and I came up with a lot of resistance from some of our members of our community, but I'm telling you what the law says. The law says that the wife, which is not the way we see it in our cultures, but the wife does not owe her husband sex. This is New Zealand law. And if she does not give her consent, that is considered rape in New Zealand. Pressuring or forcing your spouse into intimacy and saying it is their duty, that is not allowed in New Zealand. And this might come as a shock to our brothers, but that is what the law says here. Harassment and public shame. For example, even if you're dating and you do unwanted touching or inappropriate comments, and you excuse it as, oh, I was just joking, that is actually considered family violence. Shaming women for dressing in certain ways, or even blaming them for any harassment. Within New Zealand, they are protected. That is considered violence. Why does it matter to know these things? So just because within our homes, within our countries, within our cultures, these are seen as acceptable culturally, does not mean that it is right or safe. Our traditions should be protected by all means. I mean, I am a big advocate for bringing my Africanism to my country of origin, from my country of origin. I teach my children to uphold being an African, and I'm a very proud African. However, we need to adhere by the laws of the country in which we live in. And to be safe, especially for our children as they grow up. And many of our children will probably intermarry and, find new relationships with with people who are not from our land. We need to make sure that we teach them and keep them safe. Violence is not just physical. Violence can be emotional, financial, psychological, and it is just as damaging. We know that the impact of violence, we have seen it. For individuals, they suffer from trauma, from depression, lack of confidence, isolation. All these are negative things. We have seen families break up. We have seen intergenerational traumas. Some of us are even recovering from those traumas. If you grew up in a home that had abuse, you obviously, as a person, you are hyper alert when you come into these situations. And our communities suffer from mistrust and stigma and silence when we have problems like this within our community. My key message, basically, is addressing violence is not just about stopping harm. It's about building stronger, healthier homes and communities. So, prevention strategies, what can we do? So I have helped you identify or given you examples of sexual and family violence. But what can we do? For the men, recognize and challenge harmful beliefs around masculinity. Because we sometimes are given ways in which we think being a man should be, but we need to correct these things as we become responsible for the younger generation. We need to also support other men in choosing non-violent ways in which to handle stress or to handle conflict. We need to speak up about abuse, because actually our silence enables violence. And whenever you catch yourself or you find yourself in situations of abuse, examples of what I have mentioned, please seek help and support. I am a big advocate for finding help and support within our communities. Before we go to the authorities, we need to find support within ourselves so that we can get supported with a cultural context, so that someone who's supporting us or standing by us understands us in a way that possibly other agencies might not, if they're not culturally competent. But most of all, we need to teach our male children. We need to be responsible for teaching our male children what is okay and what is safe. Because knowledge is like a garden. If it's not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. What about our sisters? How can we support them? For the sisters, empower and educate our girl child. Let them know what their rights are, and what support systems are in place for them. Support our friends who find themselves in abusive relationships. And the only way we can do that is to be there and to listen and to always be available and non-judgmental. We need to have open conversations with our partners, with our families, with our communities. This is a very good example of us being responsible for ourselves and finding solutions within ourselves so that we are the safe space that people can come to. Women usually do not speak out if they do not feel supported to speak. So we will suffer in silence, but that does not mean it is healthy. And that also means that our girl child will see it and it will be perpetuated. Understand, as a woman too, when you're the abuser, because this is acknowledging that women can also be abusers. So if we are the abuser, understand when you're the abuser and seek help, male or female, understand that you can get help. And educate our children to know the red flags. I'm a mother of 3 boys. My oldest is 28. He's dating, and he's dating a white girl. And he has always dated white girls, actually. But for him to know and understand what to do in times of crisis, how to keep himself safe. I will give you an example, and I don't know, I've told this story before, and some of you have had this story before. He was in a relationship. It was an abusive relationship, and his girlfriend called the police on him. But actually, she was the one who was throwing plates and cups. She was a very violent girl. And so she was throwing things at him. But I had always told him, remove yourself from situations. Instead of trying to hold her or prevent her, because they will misinterpret that. You're a black boy in a white country. If you hold a girl, a white girl, when the police comes, who will be in trouble? It will be you. And if she says that you were holding her against her will, even worse. So I had always said to him, remove yourself from situations. If she steps up, make sure you walk out of the house and walk onto the road where people can see you. So that if she comes after you, it will be obvious to everybody else that she followed you. You're not the one chasing her, she followed you. So luckily for him, he removed himself. But in spite of that, we had to still deal with the police, because she said she had been roughly handled. This is just an example to tell you that where you would think that obviously, it's obvious he walked out, it's obvious he was being safe, he didn't hold her, he wasn't violent, you still as a man have to prove. But that's not to say that sometimes, the men are not the aggressors. So we need to keep each other safe. Make sure that when you're in a relationship, that you understand the boundaries. And whenever you make your partner feel unsafe, know that you need to remove yourself. Know that you need to stop it. Because you do not own the person. The person has the right to refuse their presence with you. And so you need to respect whatever they want or what they feel in that situation. And pay attention to what the law says. The law says if the person feels unsafe, you're coercing them. That is what the law says. So the minute they say stop, you stop. If you push it any further, you're coercing. That is considered violence. Always, you will never win. And actually, another thing that I need to point out, rape is the highest punishment that you can be. Right now, you could kill someone and you might get even a year and a half.
Yeah.
Rape, you probably will get 5 years or more. So in New Zealand, rape is considered a huge offense. As a community, we need to normalize these conversations about healthy relationships, about conflict resolution. When there is a couple and they're in disagreement, we need to normalize having these conversations. We need to educate our young people on the boundaries, on the respect, and on emotional well-being. We also need to promote community-led solutions. We need to get elders within our communities who we know are safe people to go and report to and talk to and our matters will be kept safe. Whatever we discuss with this person won't be spread around the whole community, but they will be confidential and keep our information safe. We also need to understand what is meant by abusive situations. And I think I've shared a number that might be even shocking to some, but they are considered abusive relationships. If we find solutions together as a community, we will prosper. We will help build healthy families and communities. My people say when you cross the river as a crowd, the crocodile won't eat you. Because if you're many and you have a solution and you find solutions together, we will solve the problems that we have. So, how do we support survivors? How do we support victims? Listen to them without judgment. Let them share their story, their own way. Don't talk, just sit there and listen and be compassionate. And I'm saying survivors, and I will emphasize again, it can be a man or it can be a woman. My boy, it took him a long time to get into a relationship after that girl. It took him a long time to trust again. But that is what it does when you come out of a horrible situation. Encourage them to seek professional help. There's always professional help. But respect their choices. If they feel they don't want to share, they don't want to go to a professional person, that's okay. That is their journey, and don't push, don't pressure. Just be the friend who listens. Also, offer practical help. For example, if it's a family, assist with childcare, accompany them to appointments. If they need to go to make a statement at the police, go with them. Just be present. Just do whatever is needed as a friend to support the victims or the survivors. Also challenge victim blaming. Challenge people in the community who say, you shouldn't have said this. These are private things. That is shutting down someone who is seeking help. So we need to stand. It takes a lot of guts for someone to actually stand up to abuse. So we need to be there for them. Unfortunately, I can't share my screen, but I had a whole list of places you can go within Wellington for help. And I'm happy to share this slide with people who might want it. So you can go to Wellington Rep Crisis. There's also Wellington Sexual Abuse Foundation, that is for sexual violence. The New Zealand Police also for sexual assault, or if there's an emergency, obviously you call 111. You don't have to wait, you call 111 in that moment. And you can just press 111 and let it, if you're in that situation, you just let them listen in for them to hear what's going on in the room. There's also an organization called Safe to Talk. There's also a number for them. For family violence, we have Territorial Wellington Family Violence Network. Women's Refuge is one that people know and go to, but it's another resource. Family Violence Information Line is 24 hours, 7 days a week helpline. And you can call if you are the abuser and you don't know what to do, you're put up in this cycle of bad behavior. But also as a victim, they support you. So it's a helpline. Shine is also another helpline. New Zealand Police also helps family violence. And Safe to Talk. And Shakti. Shakti is primarily by our Indian brothers and sisters, but they're very culturally relevant. So they would understand. Of all the support systems that are out there, I think they're very culturally sensitive. And they are ready to support us as a community. What do we do today? What can we do? Start the conversation. If you know a friend, if you know a brother, a sister, you have noticed their partner acts a certain way, or they cow and they're docile when their partner is in the room, we all know, you will get a gut sense of this thing is not right. So start talking about it. Ask the person. Don't normalize bad behavior. Be an advocate. Please challenge harmful cultural beliefs. Some of us came from home and there are certain beliefs that we carry with us that enable violence. It is okay to check them, to check ourselves and say, oh, have we learned something new? We can learn, we can change. There are things in our cultures that are beautiful and that I am very proud to hand over to my children. And there are other things that I think are negative to us. And so I do not encourage this. And I speak openly about them to my children too, so that they know that our cultures are not perfect. We are an evolving people. And we can learn to create safe spaces in our communities. As a group and as a community, as a Ghanaian community, we can create supports within our safe places, safe people that we can go to and say, you know, mama somebody or, you know, uncle somebody. If you go to them, they can listen to me, they can help me, and they're not biased. Whatever my issue is, we can discuss in a safe way. And stay informed, please. Stay informed. Understand what the law says. Because we rush into these relationships when we're in love. But when these relationships stand sour, especially I'm speaking to our young people, when these relationships stand sour, we need to know, how do we keep ourselves safe? At the end of the day, we live in a country that has laws, and therefore we need to respect these laws. But also these laws are for us. They're for us to keep safe and for us to be happy and healthy. It's a proverb that I love that says, if you think you're too small to make a difference, you haven't spent a night with a mosquito. And I strongly believe that it doesn't matter how small you think you are or how insignificant you think you are. If you make enough noise, you will be heard. So don't lock yourself in a situation that is not good for you. For those who are in a negative situation or a bad relationship or you've seen negative situations, please do not go back and keep quiet. Now you know. You cannot unknow this. Now you know this. So it is up to you to keep yourself safe and to keep the people around you safe. In the program, they had asked me to have discussions with the group. And I'm going to ask a few questions because we're going to find solutions together. This is a workshop where we're going to find solutions together. I have 4 questions that I'm going to ask. And you can pick any one of these questions and we can decide which one we want to delve into, or if you want us to focus on any of these particular questions. The first question I have, what are some ways men and women can work together to prevent violence? Discuss this, think about this. The second question, how can we support victims while still respecting our cultural traditions? Something to think about. The third question, what are the biggest challenges African communities in New Zealand face when dealing with these problems, these issues? Because let me tell you, we do have challenges as an African community. So, what are the biggest challenges when dealing with these issues? And number 4, what solutions can we create within our own community to provide safe, effective support? Each one of these questions are key. What I had hoped to do was to have them up there for people to think about and maybe come up with solutions or react to them. Or maybe someone has had a friend or a situation that they're happy to share with us. Of course, you don't have to disclose the names, but something that can get us talking about what works. Because we can sit here and idealize and say, you know, we want our young people to come to us. Is it practical? Have we created this safe space? Do they feel understood as young people? You know, are they being listened to? Are we even showing good examples and I'm speaking as an elder, are we showing good examples to our young people? Have we told our children what to do if they're in an abusive relationship? Have we had that conversation at the dinner table? Have we talked about it? Have we told them the red flags to look for? Because sometimes when they're in love, they do not listen. But something that you say to them in a time of crisis always comes back. So you might think they're not listening. I didn't think my son was listening. But they did. When crisis happens, you know, this is the wisdom. Are we telling them what to do? And it might not be you, because sometimes it's mom and they roll their eyes. But maybe they'll listen to Auntie Jenny, you know, not me. But maybe they will listen to somebody else whom they respect or listen to more. So I think as a community, as Africans in the diaspora, we need to acknowledge that, number one, things are different. Number two, that our children are out there and that they need to be kept safe. And the truth of the matter is, the law has to be followed. No matter what your personal beliefs are, the law has to always be followed. So I hope this has allowed you to think differently about family violence and sexual violence. I hope you will go home and think about how do you act as a person. Do you do these things and think it's okay? Because it's not. If your partner reports it, it is not. And it actually carries jail time. Believe it or not, it does. So we need to understand how to keep ourselves safe and how to keep our children safe and how to keep our communities safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Casey. I hope you guys now understand why we have to adopt her. We'll take some few questions regarding the topic. Maybe there's some clarification or want to make a comment on it before we delve down to the suggestions on how to tackle such issues. So if there's any question, I was in a meeting with my mother and my grandmother, and it was type of questions that they do the question on the floor like this. That if anyone, my grandmother didn't even let them learn there, anyway, they start crashing for now. So this one is the school, like a gentleman and ladies. So please, this is a very, very important issue. Not just to New Zealand, but culturally, it is very important to us. And sometimes I personally say that we tend to forget our culture, and when we travel outside and people are behaving wrongly, we rather think that is our culture, but that is not our culture. Abusing a woman is nothing, it's not close to any of our cultures. Because in our culture, women are queens and our princesses. We literally pamper, you dare not touch your queen. At the end of the day, the queen mother is the one that even helps to install the king. And if they will distill the king, it is still the queen mother. So we treat them very well. But sometimes we lose these values, travel out, especially when we are outside of the country. And also as development and other things, globalization hits us and diluted our culture, we are not really practicing such things. But it's important we look at things that way. So as I said, if there's any question from the Akache and the scholars, please don't come and give us any. I beg if you mention big grammar and we can't answer it, you go home with your question. Just break it down to our level so that we can also understand and answer. Yes, Honorable.
So I kind of, tap into the example of your son, where you give the good advice to remove yourself from the situation. Do you think that because we always, the system is set up such a way that the male child is always the one who is in the wrong? Because why shouldn't we tell our sons to call the police if their partner or their girlfriends are, throwing the cups and should we advise them to call the police first?
Absolutely. Anybody who is in a situation that is dangerous, you are always advised to call the police. But usually in such situations, you find that you are not the couple that calls the police. It's usually the neighbor or someone who has seen something, a disturbance. Because in the heat of the moment, of course you don't have your phone on you, of course you're not calling, and absolutely, if you are in that situation, sometimes even lock yourself in the toilet and call the police if you have to. Get yourself away. First of all, get yourself away. That's the first thing, get yourself away. If it means you can lock yourself in the toilet or, on the deck or just away from where it's closed and no one can see you. Because anybody who can see you is a witness. That is the advantage. But if you don't first call the police, when you're in the house and you're calling the police, no one can see you. So if the police comes in and she says anything, sadly, that is just the situation of the community we live in. The males are always at a disadvantage. That is just the truth. That is the fact. But also it's because it is usually true that you are the perpetuators. It is not because the police is biased. It's because 90% of the cases that they receive a call out, the man is the aggressor. It's very rare that the woman is the aggressor, but there are situations where the woman is. But for me, I would always advocate, get yourself in a situation where people can see you. Get out and make sure there are other eyes on you. So that if she says anything, you can challenge it and say, I didn't touch her, she was the one hitting me, I ducked, I went out and she followed me outside. These things are useful. So to all the males in here, if this situation happens, get yourself to a place where you can be seen. Sometimes this happens at night. For example, this might happen at night and people are not outside. Still, get yourself away so that you can say she followed me outside. Because someone who's the aggressor follows you. If she was scared for her life, she wouldn't be following you where you're going. So if she's even at the toilet door, hammering, trying to break in, make sure they hear. She's trying to break in, I'm in the toilet, I'm trying to be safe. She's outside, she's trying to hit the door, and you let them listen. So it's these things that, little things, but they can keep you out of jail.
Yeah, yes. Just to add to what you said, the act of getting yourself away from the situation has added benefit.
Yes.
Because it prevents you aggravating the situation. So by removing yourself out of the situation, also solves other problems. So if you don't hear or if you are not there for help to touch you, it resolves a lot of things. So that is one of the strategies I use. Whenever my father is angry and he's talking and I just move away from the place. So it really has a benefit.
Just to follow up on the question I will ask. by saying about 90% of men are perpetrators of the violence, you are looking at the physical perpetration of violence. But when you started, you defined violence, and most of the words you used in your definition were emotional, mental. And you can remove yourself physically, but still there are emotional abuse and viewing. So could it be that the whole idea of sexual violence and family violence are being designed with the judgmental idea that men are perpetrators and not women? And when you were talking about your son's situation, you said you need to prove yourself as a man. So why should the man always prove? But the woman would just say, he did this, and it will be accepted as just by the word. And then the man will have to. Is it not being biased towards him?
And you raise very, very good points. And it is sad that when we say sexual or family violence, we think physical. It is, you're right, it's not always physical. And women, we are very good at psychological torment. Our tongues are a weapon. And we know how to use our tongues. And we know how to break a man with our tongues. Sisters, isn't this true? We know what to say that will cut you in a way that is not physical so other people can see, but because I said it, it will sting you and stay in your soul, in your heart, and probably do way more damage than if I had got a knife and cut you. So, again, to my brothers, if you are in a situation that is toxic, no one knows it better than you. The people outside will not know the scars on your heart. The people outside will not know what she says to you behind closed doors. Of course they won't. You're the one who keeps yourself in this situation. If you know this is not good for you, get out. Because that is just step one. A human can only tolerate so much. But having said that, men do the same thing. A man can also break a woman and slowly isolate you and slowly make you believe you are nothing and make you believe you are theirs, their property, to do what they want with. So it is both ways. This conversation is about both sexes. And the only person who can save you is yourself. Get out, whether it is physical abuse, whether it's psychological abuse, it is not healthy. Abuse is not healthy, period. The thing with physical abuse is that it can be reported and it has evidence. That is why it is immediate, and that is why it's the one that gets reported the most, and that is why those statistics are there. Because physical abuse, men are usually bigger, stronger, and so they, and who's to say that we don't probe you to get you to that point? Who's to say? But the point is, it doesn't matter. You're never supposed to be physical, period. The thing is, we should always know when a relationship is not good for us. No one should ever pick you in a relationship that is negative. And you're the only one who can judge it. And that is why when you see your friends, when you see a partner, or when you see someone that you know within your community who is in a toxic relationship, advise them. Advise them. If they will not leave the relationship, tell them when things are in crisis, separate yourself. When someone is trying to control you, to control the way you behave, the way you dress, the way you speak, and it's you and not it's coercion. This is not who you are. Then this is not a healthy relationship. And if you're not in agreement, because sometimes someone can come and advise you and they're like, oh, actually, maybe you have a point. That's okay, because that's a relationship, you're talking. But if someone is saying, you will not leave this house like that, that's coercion. And if you're not in agreement, and if you feel, you're constricted, then get out of there. There's no relationship that is worth it, no matter how much you love this person. We know of people, we have seen people that have stayed too long and it has never turned out good. Never, ever, ever. So these are just usually the red flags that we talk about, those are the red flags. If you feel uncomfortable, get out. Cut your losses, get out. No one owns you. You can always leave. But the thing is, in New Zealand, you're actually protected by law. But don't wait for it to get to that point, is my advice. And that is why within the community, we need to have a few people within the community that they can come to and say, this is my situation, I need advice. And you will listen non-judgmentally and say, when you're ready, I will take you to a psychologist. When you're ready, we can go to the police. When you're ready, I can help you move out. When you're ready, we can go to the pastor. When you're ready, you need to be that refuge where people feel safe to talk about these things. And I am here. If anybody is in those situations, if you don't have an auntie and uncle, someone you trust, I am here. And that is what I do. I support people within the community to get out of these situations. And to talk about getting out in a safe way, because you don't just wake up one morning and you get out. There are steps to getting out in a safe way that will hopefully not endanger you, but also keep the partner safe, and not get him in a situation where he has to hit you or be abusive or keep the kids, or people can be really extreme, or visit your workplace, So there are steps that we can do.
Yes, so Auntie Nara, is your question?
My question was asked by...
The two are one. Okay. we understand.
No, not my husband.
Okay. Luckily, my children are all grown up, so I'm asking for the sake of discussion here. We are in a country where you are not permitted even to shout at children. You don't know the consequences of undisciplined children, how some, end up. So what is the best way to discipline children when you realize that they are doing good?
What this country doesn't allow is physical discipline. If you come and whisper to me, I can tell you how I
Take a vacation trip and take them 2 weeks.
I have 3 boys, and anybody who has sons understands. And my oldest is 28, the next one is 24, and I have an 11-year-old. And so they came into their teenage at different stages, because there's a gap between them. I just navigated one, and then another one became a teenager. And so now the 11-year-old is a teenager at 11. But I think it starts from, first of all, if you are a unit, if you are husband and wife in a home, you need to agree. The two of you need to agree what is discipline and how does that look in your home. Secondly, you need to talk to your children to understand. I think it starts from when they have to be young. Because it came to a point where when they were about 6 years old, I just had to look across the room, and just the look of mommy looking at you a certain way was enough to communicate. I didn't have to be physical. I can count the number of times, and I will not lie. I'm a social worker, but I hate my kids. I did because that was the way I knew how to bring up my children. However, I didn't have to do it all the time. Because from when they were little, they knew once mommy raises her voice, actually, once mommy uses all three of your names, you know, if I call you by all three of your names, you know you are in trouble. Because if I just say John, you know it's okay. But if I say John Matthew Byarugaba, you understand that you have pushed me beyond the limit. And the consequences differ because each child, you know your children, each child responds differently. Some children, you only have to raise your voice and they will immediately, you know, they will sing. Another one, you literally have to grab them by the shoulder and do something, you know. And all three of my boys are different temperaments. So as a parent, you understand because each child responds to disciplines slightly differently. If you speak to your child and you have a relationship with your child, sometimes you don't have to resort to the physical. Sometimes a stern warning is enough. Sometimes you need to lean on someone in the community to come in, to have a different voice and a different way they deliver the conversation. Because sometimes just change of words. I might speak to my child and they might not be moved. Their father comes and says the very same thing that I said a minute ago, and it carries more weight. But if Uncle Fred comes in, then they know, whoo, they've escalated. You know, so I can't tell you how to bring up your children, but you know the dynamic that works for you. But I'm telling you that the law says you shouldn't be physical. There are many ways that we have navigated that as a couple in my home, where we have not been physical, but sometimes they even beg us to be physical because the alternative punishment that is given to them stings them way more than the physical. And depending on the child, some of them could be removing a tablet, some of them could be grounding them for 3 weeks, some of them could be, it depends, you know your child, you know the thing they desire. Restrict that, take that away for whatever length of time. My last born, actually, for him, he'll even start crying before you even bring the punishment. He's so afraid of not being good that just the thought of having disappointed you for him was enough. His oldest brother, that was that child. That's the one who went into relationships, and I saw all the red flags and I told him and he didn't listen because it was mommy talking. You know, so that is the child who has to be burnt by fire. My husband says there are 3 types of people. There are people who you tell, oh, that fence is electrocuted, and they will listen and they will believe you, and they will never touch that fence because you say it was electrocuted. Then there are others, you say, oh, that fence is electrocuted, and they say, oh, really? And they have to touch for themselves to experience, to say, oh, it's electrocuted. Then another one, you will say, that fence is electrocuted, and they will pee on the fence. And for them, their shock is way more than the one who just touched. So my firstborn is the one who pees on the fence. He has to go through all the drama before he's like, actually, mommy, you were right. But his youngest brother, you will tell him that fence is electrocuted, and he will not even go near the fence. So you know your children, and you know their temperaments, and you know what works for one and what doesn't work for the other. So I can't really tell you how to bring up your children in your home, but I can tell you what to do.
Okay, so we'll take 2 more questions, then we move on to the suggestions. Fortunately for us, whilst we were answering the questions, we brought up a couple of the suggestions, which I'm noting them down. So,
yeah, I am quite confused now, in the sense that in the presentation, abuse was not only physical, even emotional. Even looking at somebody in a certain was abuse. So asking my child to go into the room because they did not see might end up being an abuse. Because
emotionally they don't like that. So I have abused them. So it's made it quite difficult for me to even probably say, no, don't do that, because probably the child might think that I am abusing the child.
So there are two different things. There's someone who you are in charge of. A child you are in charge of. You are not in charge of your wife. Okay, that is an independent person. You are not in charge of your girlfriend. However, when you bring a child into the world, or when you adopt a child, you are responsible for the upbringing of that child. And therefore the laws in your home, as long as they do not harm them, you're expected to take care of this individual. However, if someone is autonomous, your child is not autonomous. Until maybe they're 20 or 18 and they've moved out of your house. And then of course now they're independent human beings and you can't force your will on them. But once they are under your governance, you bring them up as best you can, as best you know how. The only time the law steps in is if you are endangering your child's life. So punishment is not endangering their life unless you restrict them from food, or you're whipping them with a whip and you're literally, causing scars. That's endangerment. That's,
so if I put no scars or everything, that's fine.
you are splitting hairs, but and you can argue your case before a court of law. But I won't. I'm just letting, if you are not endangering their lives, that is okay because they're in your custody. Okay, and that goes for if you have adopted them or if you've actually served them, if they're your children.
Yeah.
But if they're not, you cannot bring a child from outside and do the same thing, for example, because they are not your responsibility. If children are visiting in your home and you do that, you can be sued, of course. But if they're under your protection and your charge, yeah, you're supposed to take care of them as best you know how, as long as you're not harming. That's what the law says. Does that clarify?
Yeah, part of it.
Thank you so much.
My child could also call the police.
Yes, and they do, and we've had stories where they do, and this is where you also need to know your rights. They are your children, and they are in your custody, and you're not causing them harm. That is where the logic.
So I think there's a landmark case that was just passed, I think a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it had to do in UK. Yeah, it had to do with a Ghanaian parent who thought their young child was joining these gangs in London or something like that. And so they sent him back to go and school in Ghana, and the child actually sued the father because he thought they abused him. And as they are the parents' responsibility, and they think this is best for the child. So at the end of the day, the case was thrown out. The guy is still in Ghana, and we're meeting in Ghana.
It's a very interesting question. So I just wanted to add on that. I think we as like African parents, we didn't grow up negotiating. So we grew up, you just listen. So it's driving me crazy now with my second boy. It's just, he's 4 years plus, but he's the best negotiator. You tell him to do something, he thinks he can negotiate his way out. So I think we parents might need a workshop like this to talk about, improving negotiations.
Yeah. So we'll be moving on to the next session of this discussion that's giving out suggestions on how to improve this. As I was saying, throughout the discussions, we're coming out with a couple of points. Dr. Wallace just mentioned one. We need to be educated on how to negotiate with our kids. It's very, very important. The generations that we have, surprisingly, technology has found its way of changing the way each generation behaves and reacts. My generation, fortunately, we had a balance of almost every part of those changes. We were with our fathers that were very strict, and you go by the book. They'll tell you to memorize multiplication timetable. You shouldn't use calculator. Meanwhile, during your time, that's when calculator was something you must use. At the end of the day, we adopted it. We know how to use the computer, and we still know how to do the manual work, unlike our parents who like only typewriter, we can do those. But the ones that are coming, the Gen Zs and the after Gen Zs, within their categories, they themselves confuse each other. So sometimes we have to learn how to understand them. Nothing comes natural anymore. Nowadays, you have to learn certain things. Parenting first, they said, comes natural. But now, no, you have to learn how to be a parent. So we'll take more suggestions. And after the suggestions, Madam Daisy will wrap up or talk on whatever input that we've made. So we want suggestions. What can we tell the government of New Zealand? The government of New Zealand is telling us that if you tell your son, Kojo, sit here, and Kojo says that no, I don't feel like sitting here, and you shout at Kojo, or you pull your belt, like how our parents used to do, you are abusing Kojo. But to us culturally, maybe we were brought up to think that is the way to train a child. What do we think we can do? Also in the family setting, for instance, I was telling a couple of friends that I think when we were in school, during our time, it was very popular having debate between boys and girls. I think that thing really wasn't a good thing at all, because it kind of brought some antagonistic situation between boys and girls every time, male and female, to the extent that when we are championing, let's say, female rights, we think it's the female's responsibility. We, the men, have to look at our side, the female will look at their side. We don't look at bringing things together. And the female too, the feminists back home, we all know how they behave. They behave as though championing women's rights is their sole responsibility. But if you look at how the issue of gender equality and everything has revolved, when it was GAD, when gender and development, that one was fruitful. Gender and development, where women were it was only women trying to champion their agenda, it did not stand the test of time. When it was the situation where men were the ones saying that, oh, we must bring the women on board, we must bring them, and the women really didn't want to get involved, it did not stand. But the era where both parties came together and decided to fight for gender equality, that's when the whole world started accepting, that's when we started voting, women started voting and also started. So when it comes to gender-based violence, I think we can all come together. This one is not boys versus girls debate, where the boys will take for and the girls will take against. We must come together to make such decisions. So that's it. Let me just throw light on the first two suggestions that we've gotten so that we continue from there. So first one was said when Madame Denise was speaking, that if we should have some points of contacts within our community, in some settings back home, we call those people lighthouses. So technically there are people that you can confide in, you can go to and talk. Imagine someone like our brother Kama here. If Charlotte should beat Kama if they are in a relationship, they are not in a relationship by then, but if they are in a relationship and Charlotte should beat Kama, Kama would not, it would be difficult for Kama to even call the police. He would be in the room quiet, because you know, every man, especially from Africa, although all of us have egos, but African men, we put our ego on our chest. We have a little bit of ego. To call the police and tell them, to tell the police that Charlotte is beating, to be difficult. But Kama can talk to Dr. Fred, or Kama can talk to Mr. Say, Daddy, what this girl, even that one, he will say Charlotte beat him. He say, what this girl did to me. If I'm supposed to tell you, he will not say they beat him. So I think that is a very, very laudable suggestion that needs to be present in our community. And it shouldn't be something that you get to hear of when there's an issue. It should be something that everybody knows, that when something like this should happen, there's the person you should go to. Just like Madame's son, who, although he didn't listen, he has been told several times to always take himself out of a situation. When you know such things, when the emergency comes or the situation brings itself, you know how to act. My flatmates was always telling, taking yourself out of the situation goes beyond just family violence. Even for yourself in a strange man's land in New Zealand is very, very important. When someone encounters you or approaches you and you realize that the situation will be violent, I've been telling them always, first thing, try and get a witness. Let people be aware of what is going on. Either you leave the place, if it's an enclosed place, leave the place, let someone be aware of it, or talk to someone before the thing will escalate. At the end of the day, you can even be a New Zealand citizen, but because you are this color, there will be some sort of bias. We also saw recently, the students among us, we saw recently our South African brother who was murdered in cold blood at Courtney Street. At the end of the day, the gentleman just had 2 years in prison. They came out to say that he's battling with issues, he has psychological, we all have psychological trauma, but we are not going about killing people. So let's try and protect ourselves. You can be a New Zealand citizen, but once your color is not that color, forget it. Let this thing, if it had been different, if it was me that saw a random Kiwi and punched the person didn't even do anything, punched the person fell down, I was stamping on him till he concussed, bled, and died at the hospital. I'm sure I wouldn't be here talking plenty like this. I would have been somewhere in, what is the name of their custody, they will not be protected. I'll go to one of their business where the guns will beat me. So yes, so we have 2 suggestions now. If there are more, I think there are more that we should. Yes.
Thank you very much for this workshop. Apparently, there's an experience I've gone through at my workplace that I would like to share. I'm a finance manager, and then I have 8 teams I'm managing. And I think if I had this question before, I would have gone to where I go to at this moment. So what happened is I currently work from home on Thursdays and Fridays. I go to the office on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then as an accountant, what I do is on Fridays, I delegate if I'm in my absence, the HR who reports to me is the one that takes care of the remaining teams. So I was there on Friday. He said, oh, this person hasn't come to work. Has it informed you? I said, no, I haven't gotten a call from her. And then she is our receptionist. She also reported to me. And then I think we have a frequency like being absent from work a couple of times. And then when I talked to her, she said she's having issue with a boyfriend. And the girlfriend is not teaching her and the school of things. I said to her, look, you have to focus on the job because that is the reason why you are here. So on this very day, this lady said, oh, Frank, this kid hasn't returned to work. Has he tested you? I said, no. And so what happened? He says, do you know even on Thursday, she left office at 2 p.m. I said, what happened? I said, can you please organize a meeting for us on Monday when I come to office? And the 2 of us will have a meeting. So between myself and HR and the lady. So we did a meeting and asked her, look, what's really happened? We just want to resolve the situation. We're not here for disciplinary purposes. We are here to find ways and ways to resolve it. And she said, oh, I think my issue was the boyfriend issue, but now we are all over the place. So yeah. I said, okay, look, because of me being a manager here, I just want to come up, very good solution to this problem. So, well, is there any way we can help you? And they said, look, if we can engage her with more work, so I asked the HR if we can pass on some of the work to her. Okay? And I said, look, I wouldn't talk to one of the team members to also pass on some work to keep you busy. So in between the conversation, I said, do you have anything that you think will be a barrier going forward? Because I don't want to hear that story again. She says, oh, Frank, I'm okay. Then I said, what about your boyfriend issue? And they said, oh, we quit. You're no more there. That was an offense to her. If I knew this was like because of this cultural barrier, I would have asked that question. I asked her, what happened with you and your boyfriend? She said, oh, Frank, it's over. I said, okay, that's fine. I said, look, focus on your work, be serious, and the boys will come by themselves. Don't worry, you are too young, 21 years, you are too young. Where we come from, that's our advice we give you, right? Yeah. But the HR, that lady, like I said, I have 7 staff under me. They never talked about it. Not knowing they're talking behind me. I'm the only man, I'm the only African being of the organization. So they were just talking behind me, reported me to the CEO. And then the CEO called me and said, Frank, I've got official complaint from this lady. I said, what is it? And she said about the story. She said, you asked her about her boyfriend. And I said, is it wrong to ask that? And he said, from my senior leadership team. And these words are not, says inappropriate ways. Wow. So I said, look, I think there's a culture barrier. And so I would suggest to the MSD, making sure that if there can be just regular, workshops like you coming up, if you can go to the other cities, it will really help. Because if we know, like for instance, because of cultural differences, our words are very important. The words that we select are very important. If I knew that, that's inappropriate ways within the boundaries of New Zealand, I would have asked that question. So I just told her, look, I thought maybe there's a cultural differences here, and that is why. And sometimes, I do advise them because I didn't want to get myself into much, situations. So I always tell, look, if you have any situation, go to the HR and they will come to me. So that to avoid myself in case. Not knowing that at this point in time, it was inappropriate ways. And the best thing I could do is to avoid that. Yeah, so thank you so much for coming. And I think MSD should do a regular routine of this workshop. It will help us to bridge the cultural barrier from people from coming in.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can I just respond to you? So it is very interesting. It depends on the agency culture.
Yeah.
So some agencies will encourage you to be, if you have a personal situation, to actually go and tell your manager or to tell someone in the office about your situation. It just depends on the culture of your agency. It also depends on if you have male and female workmates. So sometimes she probably had talked to the HR if it was a female and not talked to you because you were the male. And it might have been seen as private and she wanted to keep it between a female workmate. So it really depends on the expectation of the workplace. So it's not blanket. For some agencies, you're actually expected, if you're having a family situation, whether it's sickness, whether it's relationship, whether it is you're having depression or anxiety or whatever that is affecting your work, you're expected to go and tell HR or your manager or so on, and then people manage it. It really depends on the culture of the agency. So you need to know who are you working for and what is the expectation. And as a manager, sometimes it's safe for you to ask that question, to say, check in, say, look, I suspect this might be a personal issue. Is it okay if I inquire? Just to keep yourself safe. Because sometimes, in some situations, I've worked in situations where you're expected to support someone who is going through depression, and that is a very personal thing. And they actually share with you what they're going through. But it was the culture of the organization that facilitated that. Some organizations are very standoffish. They're like, you come here, you do your work. If you have issues, you don't have to tell us everything. And then they have an agency, remind me what it's called, where you go, yes, where you actually can get free counseling sessions. And they subcontract that for that. You handle your emotional stuff, handle with them, but for us, we just want you to work for it. So it really depends on the culture of your agency, and it helps to ask that question.
Thank you very much. So we are still looking for more suggestions from the audience. We are hearing from my generation people. We want to hear from the young generation like Amma.
Are there some suggestions that we?
Well, my suggestion was, statistics is against the men. But as often as we also agree to that statistics and everything is done based on that statistics, it blows up. So in things like presentation, I would rather prefer we use a neutral word. Don't say there's a family violence or violence against a girl, lady, and stuff like that. But violence against a family member, something to make it neutral. Because even though the statistics is maybe 90 against 10, it does happen to the male as well. And so let us keep it that way. And otherwise, as often as we keep saying women, 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 then rockets widens it.
I think also the other problem is males don't report.
Yes. Yes.
Like the brother said, males feel it's a knock to their ego when they're being violated against, and so they don't actually report. So the statistics are skewed, not because they're true, but because our brothers don't report. And also when our brother, it's black against white, and the brother immediately is afraid to report a white girl because the bias is already there. So I think this is where the first suggestion of we need to have safe spaces within the community is so vital, because we are the ones that they will feel safe to come to. They won't feel safe going to the police. Of course they won't. They won't feel safe going to, rape victims, international, how can you say a man has been raped? That alone for an African brother will be like, oh, I can't even start. But it is the truth. If you're coerced, if you're in the workplace, and this female boss keeps rubbing herself against you, that is violence. If she keeps touching you, says hello to you, and lingers, that is violence. Okay? If she unwantedly keeps coming and sitting at lunchtime, sits by your side, unsolicited, constantly makes you uncomfortable, that is violence. So all these things you think are okay, and we dismiss, and we laugh, and you talk to your friends, oh, this woman is into me. But actually, she is sexually violating you. So don't take them and dismiss them. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. If it is not consensual, that is violence. Full stop.
It's not a question, but yes, I want you to pick up on it. So you're talking about a traditional man, traditional woman. We are in a world where this LGBT is ascended. Can you comment on that?
Ooh. I think LGBT, we all know that in the world that we live in have rights. And therefore, when we look at our culture, it might be a conflict for us. But we acknowledge that we live in a world where things have moved on. And therefore, even our children who might identify as LGBT have rights. And therefore, we come from that place where we are embracing of all of it. So respectful of how we make them feel psychologically, how we make them feel physically, and how we make them feel within our homes, within our communities. So whenever we do not accept them, or whenever we make them feel less than, that is violence. And it is recognized as such. So we need to embrace them as a part of our community. The fact that they identify different from us sexually should not be an issue. They're just, that is in the privacy of their own decisions, how they decide to live their lives. It's their decision. But we shouldn't in any way make them feel compromised.
Is that when they are over 21 or still under 21?
Well, as long as they're not bringing, no, look, if they're bringing their sexual behavior within your home, you're within your bounds and your rights to say, please do not bring your partner within my home. However, if they are out there practicing as they choose to, then they can practice. Well, you can lead a host to water. You can't control how they behave outside of your home. But as when you are in charge of them, when you're paying the bill, then of course you have demands and you have rules and expectations. However, as long as you're not endangering them, it's the harm situation. If you're not causing them harm, then by all means you are allowed. My son was not allowed to bring his girlfriend home because it was our home, and we, my husband and I, believe that unless you're married, you do not come with your partner into our house and spend the night. That was not okay for us. We were not endangering them, we were not harming them, but this was our law. And so we knew that our friend, she would come, she would visit. When it was 5, she would leave. But she was not allowed to spend it. Other homes would be perfectly okay with it. We know lots of, friends who have their children's partners living with them. It was not okay. That was not the rule in our home. But again, it was because my husband and I had agreed that that's not what we do. That is not what we encourage. But that was when he was about 20. So if you are young enough to live under my roof, I believe you're young enough to follow my rules. However, what you do beyond the confines of my compound, I have no control over. And I can only hope that what I have planted in you will be your moral compass. Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
go for vacation home.
Because there's even a point with the vacation home when you're above 20, I can't put you on a plane, So again.
Okay, so
just a follow one more comment. So I believe we should have to be quite careful when we interact with fellow men, because some of them might say that, oh, he is bisexual activity, and the comment that you might say will likely be harassment to them. So indirectly, you have to be careful with all these things.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think one other point that I've seen over the period is how we, on both sides, in terms of parents and children, to learn from each other's generation. The reality is that there is always a generational gap or a generational divide. So I usually use the example of kids are on TikTok, we are on Facebook, we are on Snapchat, we are on WhatsApp. So you see them, they are talking about something that you have no idea about. They also say something they also have no idea about. So there is always that clash. And then that clash also happens because you might have brought a child from Africa, or when they were born here, you are telling them one thing here, they go to school, you hear another thing. Where do we meet? So we should always know that most of the kids are in this confusion where they are trying to find shape their identity. So how we are able to break that gap, to understand where they are coming from, and we also, in a way, sell our way of doing things. It's also a helpful way that, in a way, always prevents a lot of destiny from that.
In one of the workshops that I held with another group of our community, they said, and I think it's very helpful, they said we also need peer educators. People their own age, not us, the oldies, but the teams or leaders that are peers to them, who they can respect and understand, not too old, but someone that they can identify with, but who has enough wisdom within them to guide the rest. So sometimes we are irrelevant. That is the truth of it. Sometimes we're not meeting them where they need us to meet them. But we can identify these peer educators or peer friends who can then be taught, counseled, given the skills. I mean, there's always funding for things like this if we can organize ourselves. The things that we have not organized ourselves. So we can actually not ask for this funding. But if we organize ourselves and we say we want educators within our communities to support our people, to support our young people, to have these conversations, parenting talks, and so on and so forth, if we can identify a need and structure it and take it to ACCW and say, ACCW support us, I think that's the beginning of very healthy conversations.
Thank you so much. I think we'll be wrapping up for the session. If there's any suggestion that probably you would want to speak off camera and you don't want anybody to hear about it, you can see me in chambers or see my senior brother, Victor, and we'll take those suggestions. Make sure that your suggestions reach the corners of decision making in New Zealand. So thank you very much, Madam Daisy. We are very grateful. We have learned a lot here. Those of us that have premium membership at ANC, because anytime we have an issue, we'll just book vacation and go back home. Now we are seeing that things have changed a bit and things keep on changing. We'll try our possible best as a community to be there for each other so that our community will be the kind of community that we want. We'll be together, we'll flourish, and we'll be strong. So the next session or the next half of today's activities will be handled by my brother Victor. I'll fold my laptop, come and join you so that we eat whilst he does most of the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Derek. Just a correction. I won't be doing most of the talk. I'll be facilitating most of the talk. So my name is Victor, and I'm very honored to sort of moderate and facilitate this part of this session, which is the fun part. We've done a serious part, which is very, very important in terms of delving into some really, really delicate issues around family and social violence, particularly within a community that, in some respects, find, talking about some of these issues challenging. So, and I think that Dr. Denise, Mrs. Denise, did a fantastic job navigating some of the really sort of sensitive issues and topics that we have to deal with. And my takeaway was, if you are in doubt, refer to the law. There's a lot of things that you can do. There's a lot of cultural sensitivities and tensions between generations and cultural appropriateness and culturally appropriate services and all that sort of stuff. But if you have any doubt about whether or not what you're doing is allowed or permissible, refer to the law. Let I believe that. With that said, I think it's really appropriate that we have a bit of a break. If the food is ready, we would like to have some food, some cash, before we delve into the second half. Is that something that we can do right now? Sort of have a bit of food and then. Okay. All right. I think what we'll do is that we will let because this session is going to be open with a speech by our Honorary Consul from Auckland, Dr Charles Ampomah-Dwamena, who has taken time off his very busy schedule to travel and join us here. So we're very appreciative of that. Honorable is responsible for a lot of things and he's a very busy man. Consular services that means here and people who choose to travel to Ghana. But I will not do much of the talking. I will let Dr. Bwama do a brief introduction of Honorable, and then we will listen to Honorable and try to sort of lead us in this way. Yeah, maybe have a bit of pride.
Hello again. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your cooperation for the first session. We are now into the traditional part. And all through the talks we've been talking about community. And one thing that Honorable Charles Ampomah-Dwamena, our consul, has done for the Ghanaian community in New Zealand is that he has created a national community. Previously, if we were to do this, it would be just Wellington community. Auckland community will be doing this, and those in Christchurch and the Living will be doing the activity. But now, this activity that we are doing, every other Ghanaian is taking part through the live stream. So even though you see us few in number, don't be disheartened. A lot more Ghanaians are also listening. And that is why we have the national chairman and me as the president of the national community. So every year when we have Independence Day like this, our consular will have a Zoom session and give us a talk on how things are going both here and this year we are very fortunate. When we organized the program, we requested that he does that talk online for the Wellington program, but he decided to come down to Auckland and in person to talk to us. So we are very grateful and we thank Honorable for making time to come in person. The message he's going to give is not just for us as Wellington community, it's for the whole Ghanaian community in New Zealand. And we are grateful to him and say thank you. So Honorable, we are
Okay. Hello everyone. So I'm sure maybe you've all seen me before. If not, my name is Charles. And I've been in New Zealand for quite a while now. I think I was in New Zealand before Emmanuel came to New Zealand. I was in Christchurch first as a student, and then I moved to Auckland. I studied some more and I started working. And once you start having children, you are kind of stuck. So I've been in New Zealand for almost 30 years now, since last February. I was involved in the community more so when I moved to Auckland. I ended up becoming the president of the Ghanaian Association of Auckland. So while I was president of the community, we wanted to, get the government of Ghana to set up a consulate here to service our people, because before that, people were, posting their documents to Australia. And so on, there were issues. If you talk to people, there were people's passports getting lost and so on. And so we got the then president, the late President Mills, to appoint one Mr. Leahy in Auckland to be the Honorary Consul. And then he retired. So that was when we thought maybe we should get one of our own. So a few of us, I think some in the room as well, applied to become the Honorary Consul, and I got selected. So I've been the Honorary Consul for, I think, the past maybe 5 years, 2020. So when Boama, asked me to, address you guys through the live stream or the Zoom or whatever, I thought, I haven't been here since, so maybe I should take the opportunity to come. So that's why I'm here. I don't have any speech. There's no speech, don't worry. I'm just here. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the leadership here, but more so Madam Denise. Yeah, you did very well. How about we, we tend to, brush them under the rag, or we avoid them. When I went to Ghana with my family, and my daughter, one of my daughters, went to Otago University. She's now working in Auckland. And I think she suffered badly over there, but she never shared with me. So when we went to Ghana, she was telling my younger brother, the one who comes, two after me. And she was, revealing these horrible details. And I was sitting there thinking, but what did you do? Tell me. And I think it's because having grown up, when I was growing up, like you said, we never even mentioned the word girlfriend at all. And those, sex was a forbidden word, so we never even heard that word anywhere near the home. And so perhaps I had not, coming from that background, I had not created that environment for my children to share, those challenges with me. And I felt very sorry. In fact, that very day we couldn't eat our dinner because the details were very horrible. She went through a lot down there in Togo. So I was saying to the parents here that, even though we're coming from a different background, like we're in New Zealand, maybe we should learn how to create that conducive environment for our children to be able to share, those challenges with us so that we can help them. Okay? But other than that, it's my honor to be here. I don't remember the last time I was in Wellington, but to come here and join you to celebrate this anniversary is quite important to me. Last week, it was the 10th of Auckland. We had our celebration there as a community, and it was very successful. And I think yours is also going very well, so I'm very happy to be here. I mean, Ghana's independence, we've learned a lot. When we were in school, we learned about how Kwame Nkrumah fought for independence and all that. But we know that our independence was not just an event, it was the result of a very long process. And Nkrumah was at the very tail end, and so his name gets mentioned a lot. But our independence started all the way from the origins, fighting for their rights, all the way through our chiefs and queens, fighting with the Europeans, sometimes war and so on and so forth, all because we wanted to manage our own affairs, we wanted to be in charge of our own destiny. So Nkrumah actually brought that into being by using the political system, and we always honor him for that. The Independence Day, of course, if you're a child here, it was on the 6th of March 1957. All right, and on that very night, I think Kwame Nkrumah gave a very rousing speech, but then he said something very profound as well. When he told us that our independence is actually meaningless unless it is linked with the total liberation of the entire continent. Here was Ghana, a small country sitting on the west coast of Africa. We are just about free, and then he's saying that it doesn't mean anything unless the whole continent was free. And then Nkrumah was, a visionary, a Pan-Africanist, who saw the whole Africa as a nation and the people as one. And he said our destiny we had a common destiny. So for him, coming together as a collective and then fighting to manage our affairs was the best way to make sure that we can achieve better outcomes for our children and our children's children. And he did indeed put that into practice, because after Ghana's independence, 5 years after that, 5 years, 23 other African countries had gained their independence. From 1957 to 1962, 23 nations that were under colonial rule had liberated themselves from that hardship. So Nkrumah had really helped us to, help the continent to capture the idea of coming together, joining forces and having a common vision moving forward. So as we gather here today to honor this anniversary, we are actually honoring the legacy of the people who fought for us. Fought for our freedom. Some of them didn't even live to see our independence because they died, and so on and so forth. But anytime we gather for our anniversary, we are actually honoring their legacy. We are telling them that we appreciate what they have done, and we also commit ourselves to continue. Of course, the fight for the independence the road to the independence was paved with a lot of sacrifice, courage, determination, all the qualities that you require to be able to achieve something significant. And so as Ghanaians living here in New Zealand, Aotearoa, New Zealand, I will say that we are representing our country here. We are all ambassadors, all right? We carry within us that rich cultural heritage, and we also more or less have the DNA. In our DNA, we have the same quality that led to our independence. Each one of us has got it within us. That is who we are. That is our proud identity. And so, how we carry ourselves, that's how we carry ourselves reflect on our country. All right? Our culture is such a way that when you do something wrong, the whole community feels like they are responsible for what you have done. And that is the way it's done. So anytime Ghanaians come together like this, I feel like we are building something. We are building this critical mass to achieve something significant for ourselves and for our children. And so I want to take the opportunity to commend the leadership of the Ghanaian community here. I know how hard you guys have been working for a very long time, wanted to bring people together. There are lots more Ghanaians in Wellington anyway. But for us to be here alone, it just gives us the encouragement that we want to come together, join our forces, and fight for better outcomes for our children. our children are born here, but they are still Ghanaians. That tells you that we are not Ghanaians because we are born in Ghana. Because if we are Ghanaians because we are born in Ghana, then our children will not be Ghanaians. But in actual fact, they are Ghanaians. So Ghana, being a Ghanaian is something that is born in you. And then we pass it on to them, and they will pass it on to their children. And so there will be more and more Ghanaians here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. All right? So we want to carry that forward. We want to join forces and fight for it. And that is why I'm encouraging all of us to support them. Let's support them to make the the Ghana community in Wellington, strong and better than what we see today. And I think if we give them all the encouragement, we give them all the support that they need, the community will continue to grow and will continue to be meaningful to us, especially hearing Madam Denise share with us some of the how we can just solve the challenges that we have. So to just cut my thing short and then we can focus on the food. What I want to say is that to be a Ghanaian, really what we have learned is that one, we have to strive for excellence. That's what the leaders did. That's what the independence, the freedom fighters, that's what they did. They wanted something to change. They didn't want the status quo because that was not helping us. They wanted us to manage our own affairs because they knew that we would be better off if we do that. So we strive for excellence. We want to be united. Of course, we have to be. And that's why Prophet Muhammad taught us that we have to be united because if we are, when we are united, we are a force for good. But when we are separated, he said we will perish. All right, so we want to do that. And I want to say that let's continue to work together and make sure that the outcome that we achieve will be something that we can be proud of for our children. So thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And let's continue to raise high the flag of Ghana. And happy anniversary to you all. Thank you.
Many thanks to Honorable for that very impactful and that very motivational speech. I think we've done a lot of talking. I'd just like to mention a few things. Yes. Yeah, he's mine. Many thanks to Fraser, who's been making the case for us. She's got a wealth of experience. And also, even though the leadership of the African community here, they are strong supporters of this program. And I would like to acknowledge the support that they have to us. ACCW, strong supporter, and also the Ministry of Social Development. So many thanks to them as well. I mean, it's going to be flexible from this point on. But what's not going to be flexible is sticking to time because we have to be out of But right about now, 7. So yeah, pretty much between 6 and 7 will start. So yeah, headed towards wrapping up and stuff. But right about now, we have listened to some very heavy stuff and made a lot of contributions, taking out a lot of energy that we need to replenish. So I think the food is ready. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. Should I delegate the women to just handle the process?
We'll tell you what we've got, and then people will help themselves and take it back to their team.
So we've got varieties. You have Bambino Pro, there's peanut butter, there's the mojo. Please, can you take your time?
Break it down to our yes.
We have a exact point. Yes. We do not be that back as we also have soup. There's almost that's rice balls. There's bamboo and okra. There's like mixture. There's plain rice. There's wache.
So I think the takeaway is that there's something there for everybody, depending on your culinary taste, right? If you want to
And
delve into the more.
we still have some of the savory jollof rice.
Yeah, so for those of us who are sort of purists and want to delve into the real traditional Ghanaian stuff, there's a lot of options for us. And for those of us who sort of prefer to be a bit more conservative or play it safe, there are options for you too. So maybe should we just do it by roads? Is that great? Before that, invite Greg to share the grade for us. Yeah, actually, my grade for us before we go. So parents, sorry, before you come in, so we'll sort of give it to the parents to get things for the kids. You probably know where your kids are into, so
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the tool that you have provided for us. We ask your blessing upon it in Jesus' name. Amen.
You sure? How are you?
You ended up at Small Cow.
Yes, let me try and get it Just so you know, those who are taking care of the kids have now falling what all the kids eat every day. So we ask parents to please, you can see the other activities, please, you are not responsible for your kids. So please make sure you take care of them and don't allow them to wander around. Very, very important. Please carry on.
Take what you want and go. Then take it. Take it. You want that one? This one is very spicy. Okay. There's this one. It's very spicy. You want it?
Sounds great. Oh, good. But you still rate our Nigerian democracy. No, you haven't said that the Gambia is from Gambia. Sounds like how
Oh no. Bye, Anna. Nice to see you. You're doing great in your little sliding class. What's been a brilliant student? Maybe later. Oh my gosh. She's so
You're not even in! I got
ourselves. So because I'm a pastor, when you are meeting, you want to invite me.
I remember I went to Melbourne last week.
A lot of money. So I want to take them.
Why are you crying? Huh? No, no such nothing. I'm surprised that he's crying. Sorry, we are gonna.
Some of the symbolic aspects of the program out of the way. And one of the things that we want to do is to cut this lovely Independence Day in symbolism of Ghana's 68th independence anniversary. And afterwards, I think the idea is that those of us that want to participate in having some of the so without much ado, if I can have the Honorary Consul, Dr. Dwamena, ably supported by our President, Dr. Zibwama, to do the cartoon. Number 3. I'm not sure how you guys want to do this, but So, in celebration of Ghana's 68th independence anniversary, the first country south of the Sahara to gain its independence, set the lights that sort of precipitated the liberation struggle of most of our African brothers throughout the region. We are cutting this cake in commemoration of that significance.
In the name of the Father, Amen.
Yeah, so I'm not the. How are we going to be doing the sharing? I think it's only a suggestion that our honorable takes the first piece.
We didn't cut.
We come together to take a picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we take it back to them. Okay, so I think the idea is that we all congregate around here for a photo. Thank you. All right. Come in.
Oh, thank you, Auntie. You. And don't forget your pen. Yeah. Cheese. Say Papa.
Say Ghana.
Say Banchin.
Ghana, you're free forever.
Hooray!
So I can't see everything to that.
You can't see me.
After you get the sign.
Can you buy it out?
Oh, you blocked it.
What about now?
Yes. All right.
Bekali.
Yeah.
just testing first.
Hey, photo.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so everyone look in here. Smile. Say cheese. Yeah, freestyle. Thank you.
Wrap it around your waist.
Let us see your photo.
For other people who are not Ghanaians who are Ghanaians here, we have progress, right? And so we are going to have each people come forward and they will say one program after the other. So it gets to a point where the other person is not able, or one of them is not able to say the program. It means that yes, and we are giving that person maybe 5 seconds to be able to come up with his program. If he can't come there, he has lost. Is that right? Yeah. And we have some contestants who know that they don't program show up here right now. My hands. Robert, I will go. Okay, I've seen some people are seriously looking on their phone, they don't want to come. We want those who know progress. Eric has the president. Let's clap for him, he's coming. And we need another person to come in. Any challenger for Eric, please. Proverbs. And as we say back in we are Proverbs in the Bible or Proverbs? Can you hear Proverbs? So who is challenging you? No challenge. Oh, and he wins. Because there's a prize. Now do you have the prize? Yes. Yeah, there's a prize for the winner. Yeah, please make a prize. Oh, you want to challenge me? Okay, come.
I was going to say,
You want to challenge? Oh, we need a challenger, please. Okay. Otherwise, I was going to carry. Great. No, he's got somebody. No, this one you need a mic. You need a mic. Yo, so without what I do, I will hand over to the moderator to moderate this session.
Okay, so one of the ground rules is that whenever you hear Ububa, then you also respond, listen to me. And that is going to be our sort of, call to action. And then we also have to then determine who is going first. I will again use my editorial powers to represent. So just that people goes first. Yeah? Is that okay?
Doesn't have a problem.
And then, so basically, they are going to be taking turns until one of them sort of writes out of proverbs, and then we verify.
But would you understand the proverbs, or who will determine which one?
Yeah. I think we have a lot of knowledge in this room.
Sorry. Yeah, but Uncle will be there.
Yeah. If it's not a right proverb, I think we'll have some people that will. All right, so let's start. Who will be there?
That's right. Okoto, when you want to cut.
Thank you.
Wow. The warrior Okoto that also very correct. That's right.
I think to be honest, we want a long story.
Okay. Thank you. And then you be that. Really looking forward to this. This one is going to be a nice one.
Okay, I think it's only fair that since you started that you...
No, we start with Katualiti.
And when I say, not a flower. Not a flower.
Okraman, would be in the Chico, a person, and yes, or person.
That's right. And I want to be now. I will say, I'm always saying that. I told you, I'm going to follow that's
I'm crossing over.
So when you pick up,
and I walk and tell them, yes,
when this was one, you're very handy in the corporate case of was big into
what can I tell
I'm going to hear you. Participants in yeah, what we pray.
Well, my memoir has a
tough.
I say, according to say, Nabusia Penny, a kuntunkunu, what already. Now, there now, Chaka cried at teacher in the cook, Nicola,
I just said, Deborah cry, I'm doing about. We have 3 or 4. I bet you see them.
I'll play
We'll find some time to acknowledge your presence.
Send the radio. So you can't show me, you can't just
Hey, Dr. Fred.
I think so.
One LED, one LED. Me challenge it, Dr. Fred, me challenge it.
What's the code distance? We used to do like this.
We have a calendar.
Open for no shoes. I'll tell you to Gambia. We have this.
I'm great with the thing. Because you have a Dr. Fred, egg of food. Dr. Fred, the egg of food. The egg of food. The egg of food. Egg. Oh, I gave it 2 eggs. I gave it 2 eggs. This egg as I want, man. That's the only one left. Almost happened now, and that's the ones that are so that ask that you help us to do the packing. We are going to do packing here, and then help the women to play that item. But there is an important announcement. Our sister Dinah sells a lot of African food. She's going to read them by then and you see. He sells a lot of African food.
Samples.
There are a lot of samples here. Gary, Kobe, Momone, Catfish, Lucy, Mando, everything. Right my face, please. Right my face. Yeah. This is so there's a lot. Okay. So the last. Hello. The last segment before we do our closing prayer and that we, you guys will have noticed that when we started the program, I gave a few words about the African community champions. But by then, our president was going to be She is currently here and what the president tell us.
If you don't
about
declare.
Before we leave. So, Madam President, if you are here, please do us the honor. Please let's clap for her as she takes a few words.
First of all, happy Ghanaian independence. And thank you, for all of you. Maybe I was not here. I was trying to watch online from work, but when you're at work, you just sneak in and out. On behalf of SCCW, I would like to say that we were more than happy, to sponsor a little bit of your, the family violence workshop side of things. And I didn't know that we had so many Ghanaian community in Wellington, and it's lovely to meet some of the new faces that I haven't met before. My name is Jessie. So I would just want to say thank you so much. And what SCCW does, we are an organization for African Community Council of Wellington. So we're trying to unite all of us as Africans together, in peace and in unity, so that we can love one another, so we can be there for one another as Africans in Wellington, New Zealand. Thank you so much. I won't take up
How much of it time? Yeah, enjoy it. I'm sure you're just going to continue celebrating even because people back home, they're just waking up now, so I'm sure you'll continue with the celebration. And the SCCW is just a message about, uniting, together, coming together in love and peace. That's what I can say. And I could see some interesting, things about your culture. I wish I could just connect to understand what you're talking about. Especially, with the proverbs. I was like, yeah, okay, maybe I'm trying to connect if I can get one word. That's what we're talking about. But maybe because Ghana is far away from, from us in the central Southern Africa, if we were like a Bantu in Southern Africa, we would pick it up. Yeah. But I'm like, but we could, we enjoy and work out what was happening. Yeah, now continue with your, sharing that part of your culture, family, with your, especially our children living out here in New Zealand. Let's not lose our cultural roots. Let's teach our children so that they can carry on, to the next generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie.
Are you going to the office?
Oh no,
she's living in town.
Waterloo. Hotel Waterloo. Okay.
He lives in Lower Hat.
That is, I don't know, this is when we ask.
Anytime we are passing that class again.
Maybe if there's another independence next year.
Yes, I know it. You know that, yes. Are you talking to me? No wonder, continue.
Hey, stop.
What's my distance?
So we thank all of you for coming. Join us again for another interesting discussion. Now our next, this is a teaser for our next program. We're going to have a program on well-being, health and well-being for the Ghanaian community in Wellington. We look forward to having you on this platform. Thank you, Wallace and family. It's been an amazing time. You have given us so much content. We said we only wanted a section of family and sexual violence, and you have given us the whole section. People eating the core and kusia, and eating agusi and all that. Thank you very much. And the Jacob Ampe and the Proverbs and all that. Thank you very much. God richly bless you.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom. Fred, if he wants to say it, he will.
Do you want to sign off? That's why you have to sign off.
How was the event, Victor?
Oh, yeah, fantastic event. Ghanaian community in Wellington celebrating our 68th independence anniversary. Fantastic event, great patronage, lovely engagement on the session. And those are my kids. And yeah, so it's a wrap up from us here in Wellington. See you again, hopefully next year.
How was the event?
Oh, it was nice. We enjoyed ourselves, and we'll be back next meeting, but next year I will come. Fool them.
You are the second runner.
Yay!
Don't like that.
Boy.
No.
Opinion was here.
Eric, how was the event?
It was good. People came far more than I expected, and people contributed really well. I was glad that everybody seemed happy, and the most important thing for me now is it opens the opportunity for other events, and I'm sure those who didn't come will like to come next time. And the highlight for me was honorable to come down from Auckland to come and support us. It's really an enjoyable time for all of us. And thank you all for the support.
All right, awesome.
So the tall ones were in the wait, just for this.
How did you find the event?
Oh, the event was very good. Yeah.
All right.
Interesting topics. Yeah. Get to know more about the culture, Independence Day, how the things happen.
Right.
Yeah, pretty good. Very nice to learn in the Ghanaian culture.
Awesome. Did you enjoy the food?
Yeah, good food. That's another important topic. Yeah, good food. Yeah, and different variety of food. That's really awesome.
Oh.
The one I like is your special the rice. What we call this thing?
The jollof.
Jollof.
Yeah, one is a good one.
It's very contentious one.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for that.
How did you guys find the event?
It was awesome. Awesome.
Awesome?
Yeah, I enjoyed
Looking forward to the next one?
Yeah, I look forward to the next one, and then what did you learn? I learned how the
Awesome. Did you show us your gift that you won? You won an egg. Nice. All right. How was the event?
The event was good.
Nice.
Happy 16th
All right. How was the event?
It was so fun. I enjoyed the lesson. I think I've had a lot from today, and I would definitely come again.
All right. Awesome.
You accept that?